Saturdays, another Alienware Gaming Saturday presented by Alienware and Intel. This is going to be your boy Bullet on the desk with me, John. So it's going to be my friend Raider. And Raider, today is going to be a long day because all the actions are come up from 4 different cities: Nagpur, Dehradun, Jamshedpur, and of course the one and only
Oh, wow.
Siliguri.
Too many cities to visit, I guess. Usually we get to do only 2 cities in a particular Alienware Gaming Saturday, but this time we have got 4 different amazing cities, as Bullet explained. It's gonna be a fun day today, guys. Honestly, Saturday is a day where you kind of doze off and eventually dive into the weekend. But then again, what's better as a gamer to dive into a scenario where esports is just going all ham? We get to see 2v2 actions of Valorant. We get to see that Valorant play coming through. Of course, on the one and only Dell Alienware M16R2 laptops, which has got the power pack performance, a desktop level GPU in a mobile platform, that means in a laptop. So you can just carry that GPU on your lap and just game around. Yeah, guys, let's talk about the prize pool. Let's talk about the stakes. It's just not about the bragging rights of winning a Alienware Gaming Saturday, but also the prize pool of 40,000 rupees worth of Amazon vouchers, where Valorant has got the prize pool of 25,000 rupees worth of Amazon vouchers, and FC25 has got 15,000 rupees worth of Amazon vouchers. So if you are in the grand finale, you will definitely get some chunk of it.
Yeah, and like I just said, esports and competitive gaming is buzzing all around the South Asia Pacific region, to be frankly speaking. But for now, folks, as we are at the Olympic Gaming Saturday, let's talk about our Valorant prize pool segment. The winner duo takes home 15,000 worth of Amazon vouchers, and the runner-up takes home 10,000 worth of Amazon vouchers. And let's take a look at the overall map schedule coming in for our first city. Pavan below facing up the side of Noobs, Team Abiku facing up Team Shadow, Corsair getting up against the side of Nightcrawler. John Bros facing up the team named as Team the one and only the Boss. And as you all know, folks, we also have a lot of that meet and greet session with some of the very decorated and celebrated names from all across Indian gaming community. In Nagpur, we have the meet and greet session happening with Kani Gaming. In Dehradun, we have meet and greet session happening with Bandookbazz. In Jamshedpur, the one and only Koobra Bhai is having the meet and greet session. In Siliguri, one of the most decorated and celebrated and one of the highest, I would say, kind of like title acclaimed player when it comes down. The one and only Deathmaker is also right there, direct through the store Cosmos Mall, Siliguri. But right now, folks, it is going to be the very first matchup right on the broadcast. Noobs facing up against Baban Billo.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch how this whole situation goes down. The start for Baban looks good. I mean, in the pistol round specifically, in the first stage where we literally get to see just pistols coming through. Definitely, this particular team, Babana, is outperforming, but maybe in the near future things will topple down as we have seen quite often happening. But this is pretty interesting. Pikachu and Horkus, the way they are playing, we'll love to see what kind of results they're going to bring to the table. But this left orientation of the weapon is also pretty amazing. I tried once, but I failed miserably because it gives you another perspective into a fight. But yeah, all your right flanks are pretty much clear with this. You get to have a better field of view. Depends on how the player love to choose, but it seems like that team noobs, they are trying to come back. It's stage 2 already.
I'd love to see the mix of rage coming in to the player, to be frankly speaking, because we have seen ISO Reina getting overpicked here in the Valorant 2v2 team deathmatch segment. Right now, folks, the first action is like I told you. If I didn't, I'm just going to repeat it again. It is going to be coming live up from Nagpur. That is the store located at Hantoli. And if you are very near to it, or if you are in Nagpur right now, you can travel across the city to witness the action live right from right in front of your eyes, and also make sure to get an hands-on experience at the Dell M12 R2. Make sure to go over there, get an hands-on experience. You're planning to purchase one, there are a lot of finance options available at the store as well, and also you can play for an hour or so and decide for yourself whether it's the right beast for your gaming and multitasking needs or no. But for now, at the moment, talking about the game, we do have a very head-to-head game, Raider. 13-12 in the stage at the initiation of stage 1. We did saw the side of Baban Below getting into a lead, but at the moment now, noobs have definitely retaliated in the same manner.
Auto retaliation, I would say. For now, it definitely looks like bit of close cutthroat chase coming through. Team Pikachu, Victor, he goes down. Horkus retaliates by taking down Pikachu. Horkus is good with his Bulldog, I would say. constantly connecting the dots, constantly making sure that he gets 4K, 5K. Victor on the other corner is also stepping out of the pallet. From the other side, I just see Pikachu doing the heavy lifting, getting a lot of frags. We'll have to see if Iso also stands to the pallet, and Deku gets one, instantly gets rid off. There you go. Another brilliant play by Victor. That's pretty intriguing the way situations are working out. 14 to 23. Noobs still on the back foot. Babban now slowly getting that lead, slowly making sure that they have that upper hand and they want to maintain it till the end. It's gonna be fun to watch how this whole situation goes down. There you go, 16 to 24. Babban again gets traded off a bit. There's the boom bot, the cloud burst. Users of utils are coming through. But these situations for Pikachu are not that ideal at this point as pain shells are not coming through and even the showstopper is yet to come. That ultimate can get you only a single frag or maybe at most two frags. So in terms of that, obviously that ultimate is not that feasible as compared to what the knives can do, as compared to what that kill contract can bring to the table. It can isolate and eventually help your teammate to build another play. All of that is definitely going to be interesting to watch how Raze acts.
Mhm. The smoke spoke. Oh, Ray ult is gonna get missed. But in the meanwhile, it was side of Deku to pick up that first pick, and Rage will be traded up against his opponent team as well. Now it's time for the final stage, folks. The Vandals and the primary assault rifles are being online, and we do see everybody just sticking to the Vandals at the moment. Just we do see Horkos playing on the Phantom. But at the moment, it is going to be the score line of 30 to 21, where noobs are still trying to level up the entire playing field, still trying to level up the entire score line. But Deku is going to be unstoppable at the moment. Gets fourth, picked back to back, gets the fifth one as well. And right now, it is going to be more of like Pikachu and Deku trying their level best to equalize the score, and also for the fact being that Hercules is being the guy, despite the fact that to give the crossfire protection when it comes down to Jet going up against face to face to the majority of the kills. Oh, through the smoke! Would you look at that? Deku goes down, Pikachu goes down at the same moment, 35 to 25, and this is a very different team. As soon as the final stage has kind of like kicked off at the moment, Raider.
The final stage, 4 minutes to go, around I think 30 points more that can be accumulated from one particular team. That's all we can see in this particular
Yeah,
period. But then again, this is the period where you want to capitalize on the lead that you have made. Problem is, Team Noobs is eyeing their comeback at this point. Maybe they're going to get it. Oh, there you go. The Odin is here, but the Odin can be answered with a good shot from a Vandal, and that's pretty much done and dusted. It seems like that, yes, the utter retaliation will be coming in 28 to 30 to 40 to be precise, and there's a gap of 13 frags. And let me remind you folks, whenever there is a gap of more than 10 points, I tend to say that it's not that cutthroat anymore. It's basically one-sided affair at that point. It seems like that Team Noobs are trying to sip it, they're trying to fight back, but then again, that gap, that distance, that difference, and
nice.
the running time is also biting their back at this point, is also putting a pressure onto them. But maybe they're here to make a comeback because still 180 plus seconds are left onto the table and 10 points of a difference remains at large. There's a kill contract, nobody gets entangled in it, no isolations coming through, but yeah, retaliations and trade fires will be there.
Yeah. Dr. Salani, they know for a fact that they are pretty much into the lead. They are trying to maintain those points by not giving away those easy frags to the side of noobs. But oh, he went through the Odin against the Odin. I'm sorry, Deku gets a double, and at this point of time, this is going to be very not kind of like undoable, but seems to be a very hard situation for the side of noobs at the moment. Either destabilizer getting kicked in, or despite the fact that Victor Stanley will get that one, says a lot about his potential to get back-to-back picks like that. Pikachu also goes down, and this is going to be a very kind of like a not a very hard one, but still like Bob and Willow is able to keep up a good challenge and thus able to increase and just keep on to those adding those maintenance points, or even they call those maintenance frags, to be frankly speaking. Back to back picks again. Victor Sani gets the fourth one. Nah, it's going to be the sixth one before he goes down from the hands of Deku. The knife is out in play. Possibly can be the double, possibly can be the triple. Not going to happen. Probably Salani will get just one, trying to maneuver around this center of the map. He knows for a fact that's going to be the
Oh,
third
lovely.
one. No, it gets the second, possibly the third. Deco is going to get that collateral damage, and it's going to be 52 to 41 at the moment.
They're trying to fire back. Victor wanted to once again step it up. Deku got a collateral, but after that, he was taken down. There you go. That's exactly what you have to do as a team noobs, because look at what Babban is trying to do. They are playing in a well cohesive manner. They are just swinging right, left, and center, but making sure that there is always a trade available. Yes, there are moments where they also make mistakes, and that's why you have got 43 flags, but the mistakes are lesser from the sides of Babban, and it's pretty clear, it's pretty
Oh,
evident at this
nice.
point. Pikachu surprises one, but instantly gets surprised by Victor as well. Good trade fires coming through. Deku shuts one down. There's a showstopper. Nobody's going to come out of even the spawn. So yeah, these are small tactics, but what
Oh,
was that? Pikachu just read the mind of the opponent, got the upper hand, and Deku surprises. 10 frags over difference, 50 seconds to go. Is it possible, guys? I do feel it's possible, but for that to happen, Team Babban will just stay in the corners. They will not peek anymore because they do know if they do peek, maybe it is going to cost them a victory. Maybe it is going to cost them the run to the stage 2. It seems like that it will happen. 30 more seconds to go, and look at this. Babban are now looking very, very dominant. They're not even swinging at this point. They're just staying in the tucks, in the nooks and crannies. And now, after getting these two frags, I do believe that the job is done. Team Babban definitely will be moving forward at the stage 2 fight.
this point of time seems very hard to just understand the fact that it was a very close game, to be frankly speaking. 59 to 52 now at the moment. Pikachu gets one more, and this will be 60. Add that one more to the account of Babban Billo. 60 to 52. I would say this was a very, I would say, a head-to-head game, to be frankly speaking, compared to
Mhm.
what we have seen in the other Alienware Gaming Saturday, and what we usually see as a pattern, that there's going to be a 20 points or 15 points of a difference. But just like 8 or 9, says a lot about the other team as well. They tried their level best, especially after the stage 2 kicked off.
I think it's pretty much done and dusted at this point. The first match is over. We'll have to wait for the second one to come through, and maybe there's a comeback over there. Let's wait for it. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be back after a short break.
Well, folks, after a short little break, we are back here at the Alienware Intel presents Alienware Gaming Saturday. Now we have already witnessed the very first match. It was a very head-to-head game, to be frankly speaking, Raider.
Yeah.
61 to around 53 or 54 pointer marker, around 8 or like 6 average difference in terms of the frag score compared to what we have seen, which is kind of like the usual case that there's going to be a very one-sided domination coming from one single team in the tournament. But this was more of like
Mhm.
very, very competitive matchup for the very first matchup on the broadcast.
I completely agree with you. I mean, it was close, it was cutthroat. There were moments where both the teams were going haywire and they were trying their level best to get the upper hand. So it was definitely a pretty fun event. And eventually, if you talk about that first matchup, it was pretty intriguing. But now that we are into the second one, what is happening? A lot of knives, a lot of retaliations coming through. But Team Bishu seems like that they have got the lead.
Yep. At this point of time, we do have Team Viku facing up the side of Shadow. And of course, folks, this is the second matchup of the day, coming straight up live from the DLX store located at Dhantoli and the lovely city of Nagpur. And we all know, folks, the kind of talent we have seen in the previous editions of Alienware Gaming Saturday, where they have been played at the city of Nagpur, and we have always seen some really good players coming out from their side. Oh, really good Neon's utility play. It's going to be 20 gram protein diet going down. Harbor is coming into the mix. I completely missed out that information though. That's also affect the entire pace of the game that we have seen previously. Like when we have the 2v2 and everything going on, and then you have also the kind of like the situations where things can be a little bit towards both the sides that everybody will try their level best to play on the utility play. Will try their level best to also like counter out the entire strat. But at this point of time in a 2v2 TDM battle, you can't really rely much on the strat play. So it's not a 4v4, it's not a usual typical 5-5 tactical gunfight. This is more of like you being very dominant on your gunplay, you being very dominant on your aim game. At this point of time, Team Buko will get up straight back-to-back four picks on their side, and back-to-back eliminations will counter up to that 7-0. At the stage 2, this is going to be still the fact that Shadow has not even got their opening pick yet. We have seen knives coming in. This is more of like both the teams are very much new into the game, and Mogambo gets the pick on Bowen. Boogeyman gets to trade. 10-1 now before we proceed down to the initiation of stage 3. Stage 3 will of course will enable the use of Bulldog and Guardians. That is going to be the ultimate play happening from the side of Boogeyman. Boogeyman gets a pick on Mogambo, and that is going to be one more pick running added up to the side of Team Viku. Now White team
12
will take down
1.
Harbor, and
Mhm.
yeah, 12-1.
It feels like that at this point. It's just all fun and game for Team Shadow. They are trying their level best. But look at that. Had no clue. 20 grams of protein diet needs to get some frags at this point. Needs to open up because if I'm not wrong, it was Sage who got the first frag for the team. And on the other corner, the other guy, Harbor, haven't still opened up yet in terms of the frags, in terms of the potential to be shown. So that's a not so good scenario for him. Averse, once again, one will get a very pristine frag, clean frag. But what is happening? A lot of whiffs. I think both the teams are pretty new to the game, and eventually they are trying to learn on the way what Valorant is all about. And that's the glory of Alienware Gaming Saturday, guys, because we tend to visit different cities and get to explore a lot of different talents and a lot of different retaliations come through, different ideas come through in terms of the playstyle, in terms of the way they deliver fights. And let me remind you, folks, this is the last action from Nagpur. Up next, the Dehradun city will be coming in, where we'll get to see some interesting action. And yes, Bandookbazz will be there as the influencer, with whom you can actually go ahead and get some insights regarding the streaming journey and content creation journey. But that overdrive gets 2 frags. Can she get more? That's a big question. With the overdrive, I think overdrive will be done. Yeah, overdrive is no more available. Kill contract. He isolates one, and that's Sage.
Oh. Okay, I can
What's up?
definitely tell for the moment now, Raider, that both of these, teams are very much new to the game and very much new to the overall mechanism of Valorant. Is totally fine, to be frankly speaking. But still, Team Biko is getting back-to-back frags. One bomb Whitey. It's Buwan, not one. It's Buwan Whitey. Able to get one more pick via the operator. Possibly trying to get the third one as well. It's going to be a back-to-back 8 pick coming alongside with that operator in play. Oh, Mrs. Onto it. Stay doesn't have any idea. I'm gonna just make
Oh,
sure he
wait.
gets the knife out, gets the melee. This is a very chaotic and a very fun segment that we are able to witness right here at the Alienware Gaming Saturday. Raider.
And we can clearly see that at this point, that is definitely that one-sided affair that we usually expect in the very onset of a Alienware Gaming Saturday. And due to that fact, it feels like that there is nothing that Team Shadow can do. They have secured 2 frags whatsoever. There's the relay bolt. They will be concussed, and I think at this point the stage will be confused. What is happening to my screen? Why am I not being able to move? It's just the concuss ability with that neon. Even the choice of agents, if you see, both the centrals are here on the particular situation. Actually, one central and a controller. Other is a controller, so that's pretty interesting. And talking about that, guys, remember Valorant has got the newest agent as well available. That is Veto, and that's a sentinel. I will love to see somebody in these 4 different cities choosing Veto and showcasing us how a Veto can be absolutely amazing. And of course, Veto is basically, if you ask me, is a combination of Fade, Chamber, and that ultimate of its own is the evolution is just so amazing. It can't deny all these ultimates that are coming through from Showstopper, from maybe Orbital Strike or Annihilation. All these ultimates can go in Vayne Armageddon. All those big time ultimates that everybody fears can go all in vain with evolution. So yeah, would love to see Vito also coming through in the game.
I mean, I guess we have some time. I mean, we used to see a very unusual agents like Harbor, not unusual, but the lowest picked agents in the Valorant 2v2 TDM matchup that we have. It's more of like the part that we are able to see some newer agents in the mix, and then you have the latest addition of B2 coming into the game. I think we have at least 1 or couple of months before someone will pick the side of Vito
Okay.
in the Alienware Gaming Saturdays 2v2 TDM segment. Yeah, I can be very on point with this because most of the guys are very much keen to use all of the duelists and their preferred agents into the mix.
I agree with you, but again, that particular agent known as Vito is basically like Chamber in terms of the approach that you can build. Chamber is called the pseudo duelist, and we have seen quite often Chamber also getting picked in this kind of scenario. Maybe just to explore, just to see what Vito can bring to the table in a 1v1 competition because it is actually built for 1v1 duels. It has got crosscut, which can help him to TP along the entire map. And then you have Interceptor, you have Chokehold, you have Evolution as the ultimate. I would just definitely love to see that coming through. But of course, for now, it seems like that the agents that are available are doing the chaos, are being the on par agent, be it the Neon or the ISO. These two individuals from Team Bicho are definitely on the upper end, on the upper edge. They have got the advantage. Last somewhere around 100 seconds left onto the table. And I do believe that Team Bicho is definitely going to win this one, and that to win a one-sided affair.
Yeah. At this point of time, it's going to be 44 to 6. Don't get me wrong, Rita, when I say this. I feel like both of the teams are very new to the game. Both of the teams are kind of like, how do I put it? They're still very new to just playing some of these agents, to be frankly speaking. And then you have the guy as Bhuvan Bam Whitey, who is playing as the Neon, does have a little bit of that idea how this entire game works, and he is going to be the sole torch bearer for the side of Team Bichu. Is that the max and fact? Oh! Neon, I was just appreciating you being the experienced guy in this mix, and then you did something. It's 48 to 8 now, and I guess we have the winner. I guess we know the winner already for sure, right?
Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind regarding that. Of course, the winner is here, and that's Team Bichu for sure. 30 more seconds to go in this 30-second period. I think Team Bichu can go all the way up to 60. Shadow misses a lot of shots, so does his opponent, but finally there's that redemption, there's that retaliation as well. 53 to 8. Boogeyman goes in for 10 consecutive frags, and even more than that. Last few more seconds to go. Yeah, guys, we have the closure for this last match from Nagpur on the broadcast. But remember, guys, there are a lot of action happening on the offline venue. So I will request all of you to go ahead and visit the Daily Exclusive store in Nagpur, and you can
Yep.
have that insight from the content creator. You can obviously take part in the competition as well in the near future. All the details regarding the registrations, regarding the winners and whatnot, will be coming on to the hosting partner, that is the Esports Club's Instagram handle. So go ahead and check them out as well. Make sure to follow them so that you are updated with all the details regarding Alienware Gaming Saturdays and all the other amazing IPs that the company brings onto the table. Having said that, guys, this was the last particular action from Nagpur. Up next, and I believe in next 5 to 10 minutes, you'll get to see the action from Dehradun. So stay tuned for that as well. We'll take a short break for now.
Well, folks, after a short break, we are back again here at the Alienware Intel presents Alienware Gaming Saturdays, hosted by the Esports Club. And as you all know, folks, you can find the latest Dell Alienware M16R2 lineup of laptops at your nearest Dell exclusive store. So if you are anywhere near Nagpur, anywhere near Siliguri, Jamshedpur, Dehradun, any of these cities where right now the Alienware Gaming Saturdays are taking place, you can of course go to
Mm-hmm.
the respective Dell exclusive store. But even if you are in a different city, just type on the Google Maps or Apple Maps Deluxe store and you will get the directions to the latest and the nearest Dell Exclusive store to get an hands-on experience on the Dell Alienware M16R2. But Rita, it's right now the
Yeah,
time for the next matchup here at the broadcast. As Modest facing up the side of Team Raz.
indeed. It's going to be interesting, guys. Let me remind you, folks, that this is the first action that we are witnessing from Dehradun. So, yeah, up north, whoever is there close to Dehradun, go ahead
Yeah.
and visit. The entire action is actually looking quite good. Bandookbazz will be there as the content creator whom you can meet and eventually get some autographs, get some insights regarding all the content creation, all the BGMI stuff. Yeah, guys, for now, it feels like that Asmodeus versus Raz, this one can be close. Both the sides are trying their level best to retaliate and get the upper hand. Is the question who is going to have that upper hand? It feels like that bit of a difficulty at this point. And there you go. First knife frag has come through. The solo orb was available to go for the heal. Chaos and Hamraz, both of them are there in the spawn right now. Chaos pushes forward. There's the wingman. Okay, wingman spots ISO. Not a big advantage at this point, but I would still say that yes, the upper hand is available for the size of Team Raz. As they were in the spawn, the players were getting isolated. Regrowth, Trailblazer, guiding lights, all these utilities are available, but I don't think so. It's going to be very, very fruitful, as Sky is not the ideal agent to play with when it comes to this 2v2 type of scenario in the team deathmatch.
Oh, Chaos gets the pick on early. Oh, it's also lovely to see Gecko being brought up to the agent chemistry from the side of Asmodeus. But right now, it's going to be the side of Warhawk trying to level up best to just get few of the picks. Warhawk being able to get one. Oh, gets the twice though. And right now, it's going to be a 9-7 score line.
Indeed, it looks pretty interesting at this point, I would say. The way Asmodeus is playing with the sheriffs, connections are being made. They're being very, very precise. Look at that guiding light going through. Not a lot of value, but still a way to disorientate your opponent. Warhawk and AF1323, both of them are looking absolute gem when it comes to taking those duels, when it comes to shutting the competition down. But Hamraz, maybe they are coming back into their own tempo as they have got Vandals and Guardians to play with. It feels like that now they're a little bit more well built. Look at that, 14 to 11 already. 3 frags of a difference. I think that can be ideally covered, and Chaos is definitely eyeing to do that. There's the usual ace sound that we get to see with that Reaver Vandal to work with. The wingman comes through. Rina spotted. Oh, Leo was there, but still, Sky connected some dots. Hamraz retaliates 16 to 15. For the very first time, we might get to see a lead coming in from the sides of Team Raz. For that to happen, of course, 2 more points have to be accumulated by the sides of Asmodeus.
Asmodeus on the other end, they have definitely they're being the team to actually get a couple of picks right on their side and being on the lead for the majority of the time. But one thing which is out of the box is right now going to be some of the crosshairs, the types of crosshairs that we are able to see. On the other side, you have very on dots in a circular fashion, in a circular shape. Then you have that jet, not jet, the Clove having a very weird crosshair place, crosshair settings, but yeah, then you have ISO as well. Okay, I mean, I love to see these new alterations, but sometimes it's the basic crosshair which gets the job done. But for now, at the moment, will be decided for us to get a double pick, 23 to 19 now in the final stage, as we do have the Vandals getting equipped by each and every one of them. And it's going to be the real test of the entirety of 2v2 battle that we have being decided by Smartest and Raz. And let me remind you folks, once again, Alienware Gaming Saturday happens into different parts of India, different cities every other Saturday. So make sure to follow Alienware India Tell India, and also make sure to follow the Esports Club on Instagram to find out where are we heading next for the next Alienware edition of Alienware Gaming Saturday.
No, I completely agree with you, and you can find a lot of other details as well, like what are the tournaments that are happening and how the Elevate M16 R2 laptops are pretty amazing in terms of productivity. Be it as a gamer, as a streamer, or as a guy who is loving his job at coding. All of that can be done on a single laptop and a single type of laptop, and that is definitely the one that we are talking about. But there's the ultimate. Uh, man, not so fruitful. Raz trying to fight back. Warhawk is still eyeing to retaliate that to maybe shut down the player, but that didn't happen. Oh my god, there you go. Lovely connection on Hamraz, but the Sky will fight back, won't go far as it gets traded off. Pretty intriguing. Situations are now looking once again a bit more comfortable for the sides of Asmodeus as they have got the lead. AF shuts down Hamraz. It's Sky's job once again to overturn the tables. It's not happening. 33 to 27. 6 strikes up a difference. There's Prelude to Chaos Vandal. Pretty amazing skin. Sounds satisfying whenever you get a frag. And yeah, there you go. They get a frag. Kiko shuts down Amraz. A difference of 3 to 4 points is now getting enlarged. Not at the right time, to be honest, for the sides of Team Modius. They definitely have the bigger upper hand. But Hamraz, if they want to come back, they need this entirety of the 190, 95 seconds that is left onto the table to step up, to build that formation, to build that aggression. Still 6 points of a difference. But I think in 180 seconds, 90 seconds, it's doable.
Definitely. 37 to 33 now. Hamraz gets one more. It can be a very close game though, and for the entirety of the entire broadcast, this is the third game, and we have seen most of the games actually being very head-to-head. Love to see this particular skin getting good, but on the other hand, then you have the Phantom Recon. Spots ISO in the corner, takes him out with a headshot. Warhawk making sure that they are on the verge of just making sure they're winning this entire thing for themselves. But Raz on the other hand, look at the side of Chaos, being so very on point with the crosshair placement, gets one more. And then of course the Radiant Entertainment System, that was a skin that I actually love. I would love if Raider will give me on my next birthday. Actually, upcoming birthday, by the way, Raider.
Done. Warhawk versus Hamraz. That has been a sweet love story at this point between these two lads. Both the duelists are trying their level best to fight back, but not a lot of value is coming through. There you go. Hamraz once again goes down by the hands of AF. Sky wanted to fight back, but being the solo man standing at this point, it's a little bit risky. Not the right time to like really overexpose your team at this point. We get to see a chase coming in from the sides of Hamraz. It has to be here right now. Then and there you have to step up, otherwise things are not going to be feasible enough. 46 to 40. Chaos shuts down AF. Asmodeus still on the lead. And I believe in the next 100 seconds we will get to see probably Asmodeus winning this one because they have their own piece and they have their own kind of trigger discipline at this point, I will let's just say, because they're not over exaggerating their own angles. They're just making sure that they stick together, use a lot of utils. We have seen a lot of Wingman, a lot of Dizzy, and eventually even the Mosh Pit coming through. Thrash not so much, because then again that's the ultimate and not a very feasible one to be precise in 2v2 situations like this. But 52 to 41, that means 11 points of a difference. The difference is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger at this point. It's for sure a win for Asmodeus. No doubts in my mind regarding that anymore.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining on the clock, and I guess we will have our winner already at the moment. 54 to 43. 55 to 43, extremely sorry for that. Excuse me for a moment, and that's going to be all of getting one more though. Trying their level best to make sure that they are being the team to dominate for the entirety of the game. Warhawk gets the pick on Hamraz now. 58 to 43. Maybe this is the time, Raj. You have to kick it off. You have to make sure that you don't give away those picks like that, which can be doable, but with the time not being on their side, I think there's going to be a victory coming in for the side of Asmodeus. With what, 63 to 64? Yeah, with something like that.
Last 15 seconds is just the urge of doing something at this point that is left at this moment. But other than that, if you talk about the results, it's pretty crystal clear at this point that AF and his teammate have definitely made sure to overturn the tables. There you go. The player gets detained, and instantly we get to see a scoreline of 63 to 46. A big difference at this point. And one can argue that maybe in the initial few stages we got to see a very close cutthroat gameplay. But if you talk about the final stage, if you talk about the last 200 seconds, it was clearly a one-sided affair where the Gecko AF1 to AF1323, I believe that was the name. He was just on par with his entirety of an action. He was just using a lot of utils. He was just making sure that there is no angles that was not covered, and at the same point building a good trade fire from his corner was pretty amazing. Having said that, guys, this was the first action from Dehradun. Stay tuned for more.
Well, folks, we are Well, folks, we're back again here at the Alienware Presents Alienware Gaming Saturday. This is going to be your boy But with me, Jonas, on the casting. There's going to be my longtime friend Rada, and Rada, we have witnessed altogether three matches. One of them being very one-sided, just because of the fact that both of the teams are very new to the game, are not able to understand how the mechanics of Valorant works. But other two games, the last one and the first one on the broadcast for the day, were very, very head-to-head games, of very competitive matches that we have witnessed, which is of course very unusual because usually there's that one team who dominates entirely in the entire tournament here at the Alienware Gaming Saturday.
Well, having said that, guys, let's see who's going to dominate in this action happening in Dehradun, where we have team Full by a Cry versus Team Believers. Always fun to watch these names coming on the HUD, and absolutely fun to watch even the performances that are coming through following that. Believers, they do believe that they're going to win this one, and that's why they have started strong. 4 points in their favor, 4 frags to be precise, and they are eyeing to get more. Even the long range, that classic works charmlessly. But trust me, Sheriff, Ghost, these are the few weapons that you have to be scared of. Because again, in the mid range or the short range, these weapons can be very, very beneficial. And it seems like that similar things are happening. Scythe, Nuclear, both of them connecting some dots, and where Full Bio Cry was on the back foot, now even before the start of stage 2, they're kind of coming back.
Sure, it's time for the second stage. Oh, good shot coming off from the side of Killjoy. Killjoy coming into the mix, and would love to see how the Killbot and the other utilities gets deployed here from the side of Killjoy. Silent gets one, Clove goes down, and actually, it's a very, very unique picks coming off from both sides. One side you have Jet accompanied with Reina, and on the other hand you have Clove getting the accompanied by the side of none other than Killjoy. Killjoy goes down from hands off side. And is it Scythe? Oh, I guess I probably know these folks. Or probably I just know them, but they are one of the most prominent names in the tier 2 competitive scene of Valorant here in India, if I'm able to recall it right. But I could be wrong, folks, and it might be all just coincidence of the name and the IGNs being same. Roger gets one more, Nuclide goes downside, gets a pick on Rogers. Good trade though, 10-9 as the AOS LMG will come off from the side of Nuclide and take down the side of Killjoy.
10-9. Close cutthroat so far. Both the teams trying their level best to get the upper hand, but who is gonna get that upper hand? That's what you're gonna see. Stage 3 will be coming in with that Vandal, Guardians, Bulldogs, all of that will be coming in as well. Rogers with the Bulldog, shuts side down. 12-9, 3 frags over difference. Eyeing to get more, but that will not happen as Nuclear will be able to retaliate. Major whiff. Acting on it, Sam retaliated. There's another trade fire coming through. It's basically a seesaw ride at this point, and no one has got the upper hand, no one has got the disadvantage as well. I think both the teams are very, very close and tight-knit in terms of the competition, in terms of what they can prove, in terms of what they can build in terms of the score line. Believers, 3 points of a difference. Euclid, the Jet rotates from the right corner, spots the player, but Sam will be the quicker one. He spots the opponent a little bit early and was able to go for a pre-fire. This one looks close. Will get the upper hand. There's the ultimate as well. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, that ultimate was not that feasible. 17-13. Scythe. Lovely. Shuts down Sam. Still, there is a 3-pointer difference. So I would say
nice.
Even before the sides switch, even before the situation of final stage comes through, I would say Full Bio Cry definitely is trying to come back into the picture. Believers, they are already on the other corner maintaining that gap, so it's a good thing.
Yeah. And at the moment, we do have the Full Bio Cry trying a little best to equalize the entire 5 points from this side. It's going to be 16 though. Possibly the 17 coming up. Oh, lovely maneuvers all across the map. It's a very small arena, and even though it is going to be Jet laying down 2 more from his side, now it comes out a picture that it is going to be the final stage. Of course, it's the entirety of 5 minutes where you have the time around being divided for that one final stage, and then you have the other 5 minutes getting divided into other 3 stages. So yes, the real deal begins right now at the moment. If Full Boy is able to get one, the scores will be equalized, and that will be the main man, Nuclide, playing as a Jet, the main man to do so at the moment. Right now we do have Rogers making sure that Clyde gets oh, cleared out. Okay. I'm so sorry. I thought for a second that it was going to be full by to get one more. Ops have been spawned out. Side gets a shot on Rogers. A good one indeed with that operator. Possibly the second. Yes, it is. And Scythe is not going to stop anytime soon.
One shot, one kill. That's the motto at this point for Scythe. And he is acting quick on it. But there you go. Look at the brilliance from the other corner. Putting up the smoke so that these ops, this particular op, the shots coming in from op are pretty much all in vain. But the smokes are off. Oh, there you go. Roger shots one more down as well. Ah, defenders KJ locked down. That means they can be detained. But for that to happen, you have to survive. Well, there you go. Scythe goes down. Nuclear goes down. Once again, a 4 frag difference. But Scythe, as soon as he comes out of spawn, shuts down this opponent. Back to 30 HP. Rogers also goes down. The difference now narrows again. Once again, we get to see Scythe and his teammate trying to play that catch-up game. Where Full Bio Cry are playing that catch-up game. Believers, they're just making sure that they get the upper hand in their favor. So it's a brilliant situation for them. I think the continuity has to be there from their corner. Exchanges, retaliations, the blowback of these shots are definitely coming in. The question would be in our minds that who will get the upper hand at the end. Last few minutes, it feels like that believers, they will play that score-setting game.
Yeah. And it's great to see both the teams actually trying their level best. And uh, uh, at the one time, it looks like a head-to-head game, but as soon as believers are getting out of the picture, just a little bit, getting behind in terms of the scoreline, they're able to pull themselves back. It's more of like when their back are against set up against their wall, and they don't know how they can exactly do something better momentarily. Like Sam or anyone else just kicks off from his side, just like anything, gets double or triple momentarily, like very quickly, and just make sure that their team stays ahead in the lead. Nikolai will be taking down the side of Sam. One more opportunity, but nah, not gonna happen. Rogers take down Nikolai, and now it's going to be 32 to 30 with the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock as I speak.
The operator, Massacre, Sight, once again on that op, is just putting a lot of pressure onto his opponent. Believers, to believe in themselves, so fight back to shut down. That's what the big question is all at this point. Sight takes on Sam as well. Now the lead is there for Full by a Cry. And it feels like that they definitely want the upper hand for themselves. But this Clove, the way he's rotating, the way he's just pushing through, can be a problem. Scythe connects the dot. Rogers goes down. With this operator, there is no room for pushing. I thought for a moment maybe Scythe is going to get a collat, but that didn't happen. He gets a frag. There's a Lear. Both the players surprised. This is the period where you have to have that upper hand advantage. And if you fail to do so, it can cost you massively. Rogers coming closer. Scythe, he's still out there surviving, still being that sneaky little individual who is just making sure that the pressure is on to the opponent. Nuclear on the other corner with that AR. He is also helping his teammate quite a bit, but that's a major whiff. Nuclear acts on it. Another major whiff with that operator of his own. The weapons have been switched. Bullets are out. They have to go for the reload. 36 to 38. Oh my god, is this really happening? Full by a Cry for the first 8 minutes were on the back foot. They were on the deficit. But it seems like that when the situation demands the most, they have got that lead to work with.
Yeah. At the moment, we do have Scythe just being kind of unstoppable. Scythe gets one more. 35 seconds left on the clock, and this is more of like a good situation happening in for the side of Believers, and I did not expect it. I was expecting Believers to win this one for themselves, but Full Buy making sure, even they don't have the full buy in this situation, kind of actually, the full load out there. What am I trying to? Excuse me for a second. Scythe being the guy to get the third one, and yes, 45 to 38 at the moment, which can momentarily change, but I don't see that happening at any given time. It is going to be the side of Scythe, definitely emerging as an MVP if there was one, but at the moment it's going to be a victory coming up for the side of Full Buy or Cry up against the side of Believers. in today's third matchup, which was, I guess, coming live all across from Dehradun.
Yeah, indeed it was. And we got to see a very beautiful play coming in from the sides of Full by Cry, because for the first 8 minutes they were on the back foot, but then again in the last 1.5 minute they made a comeback and it was huge enough that they have got the upper hand. They will move on to the next particular stage. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more.
Well, folks, after a short little break, kind of extended way to be frankly speaking, we are back here at the Alienware Gaming Saturday presented by Alienware India and, of course, hosted by the Esports Club. Is going to be your boy Bullet and Raider alongside with me joining back at the casting segment, casting decks. And excuse me for a moment, yes, we will be going up to witness the next game coming live all the way from Jamshedpur. And this is the third city in a row
Yep.
because, like I told you, we had four. For today's action, we had total of what, four cities. Two of them are done. Now it's time for Jamshedpur boys to show what they have in store for us.
Oh, as soon as we dive into the game, we get to see a ghost shot right on the cranium. Lovely. 1 to 3 team rise. They have got the upper hand at the moment, but I believe it's not that big of a difference, so nobody has to be that worried. But the scoreline says 1-4. Itachi goes down. There's the Dino's Reaper who has got a stinger to work with, and he's definitely.
Moment now, Itachi will take down the side rob. He gets a second one at Miguel though. And it will be a good one though because the Rise will be able to capitalize on the first stage here at the TDM battle. Robbing up coming with the frenzy. Gets the pick on Reaper. The stage has changed now. We are going down to second one. Itachi switched on to Sheriff. Robin with the stinger trying a little bit to connect those shots. So with the spray, gets one. The pew 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 happens, but oh, he gets the second one as well. Robin goes down. Robin takes them aside. Reaper. It's going to be the third pick coming on eventually to their side. Miguel gets the pick on Itachi. Good use of signature abilities being in play from the side of Reina. At the moment now we do see the signature weapon out from the side of Chamber as well. Love to see Chamber getting picked up, but not really sure how Chamber can be so beneficial in this setup of 2v2 team deathmatch.
It's a pseudo duelist. The job for Chamber is basically not just to be aware of a backstab, but also be to get some space, isolate angles, and eventually build some good perimeters for the team. So that's exactly why I believe Chamber can be a very beneficial pick. Of course, it does not have the uh, should I say advantage of having a flash or maybe a bunkers and all, but then again you have the advantage of just keeping your way out of harms. That's exactly where I believe that Chamber can be very, very beneficial. And Team Robin, they are still finding it difficult to find that counter. Robin, he takes down Itachi. 12-13, Rise. They definitely were looking quite dominant for the first few stages, but it seems like that in stage 3 there's a tide that is turning, and it's basically Team Robin who has got the upper hand for now. That's pretty amazing, but Team Robin once again goes on the backward. Rise retaliates. Itachi fighting back, and there's the Chamber that we're talking about. A 3k back-to-back consecutive frags coming in. Takes the recovery orb and is eyeing to get one more, but that will not happen as Itachi will sum him up. But there was the barrel which was visible. Reaper, mid-air, the arena wanted to surprise the opponent, but there you go, surprise. Back to spawn. That was the claim from Reaper, and he is definitely reaping a lot of souls.
Robin gets the pick on Reaper. Momentarily we did saw that sometimes you're not very on point with your game. Sometimes you're not very on point with your entire maneuverability in a very small map like this. Of course, it's a 3DM and of course the map will be pretty small. Taji gets the pick. Oh, he gets the double though. 16 to 22. Rise are still able to rise up the entire frag points on their side. Elimination numbers are pretty looking very strong at the moment compared to what Robin is able to do so.
Let's wait and watch. Let's see how far this entirety of a show is gonna go for these lads. To be specific, Rise, they definitely have got the lead. They would like to enjoy that particular lead in their favor. Of course, the biggest hurdle is going to be how Team Robin retaliates. There you go. Bit of a push coming in from the sides of Team Robin, answered back by retaliation coming through. Reaper and the other guy, Itachi, were fresh out of the spawn region. That's exactly why they had the higher amount of HP. But NG Robin will retaliate. 26 to 21. Team Robin on the back foot still at this point. Final stage is already here. The last 5 minutes are left, around 270 seconds is something which we are available with. hoping that these two particular teams will do whatever the best is to justify this entire competition. Let's wait and watch.
Yeah, we have to wait for a while, folks, because at this point of time, it's great to see really good head-to-head games happening here at the Alienware Gaming Saturday. Because for most of the matches today that we have witnessed all the way coming up from Nagpur, then we went to Dehradun, then of course it's Jamshedpur, where we are able, where we are going to, where we are able to see the matchup between Rise and Team Robin. It's good to see most of the games being very head-to-head, being very competitive. Most of the time, it's like around maximum that we have seen today, despite the second matchup, which was like kind of like very one-sided and both the teams are very new to the game. Most of the matches have like at maximum have 8 to 12 frag point difference comparatively, and this is just like that one very extraordinary day here at the Olympic Games Saturday, where everybody is so stoked up, very on point with their gameplay, very on point with their crosshair placement. Because at this point of time, you just cannot rely so much on the signature abilities and tactical ability that you see from your agents, and you can't really do much in terms of the tactical and the strategical play. You have to believe in your teammate, you have to believe in your aim game, and make sure that you're getting those elimination numbers to add it onto your scorecard.
I think that is a definitely important aspect of this particular entire competition. But then again, if you talk about the idea of building a play, isolating your opponent, making sure that you build a flank where the opponent gets trapped and all, that is also very important. Between Rise and the opponent, like Reaper and Itachi, if you talk about them, uh, they are playing on timing. A lot of times we get to see them surprising their opponent. Remember the moment when Reina was trying to jump from the stairs, and then eventually when Reina got to take down Itachi and was trying to just walk in towards a recovery, or they were just running. In those moments, when the timing comes through, that is the best part. The trigger discipline. We'll be back after a short break, fixing all the technical difficulties. Stay tuned, guys.
folks, welcome back to the Alienware presents Alienware Gaming Saturday. Your voice on the casting desk. Ready? I'm Bullet back on the desk, and we have the next matchup for coming in from the side of Jamshedpur. I guess it is going to be Desi Warrior taking up the side of Zero Singh, or I guess somewhere from the side of Ace taking up the side of Olympics. But we'll find out very, very soon which two teams are we going to witness in the next matchup.
Oh, definitely we'll get to see that. But yes, guys, regarding the first match in Jamshedpur, I think Team Rise was the one who was able to bag it out. They had higher amount of frags at the end, and now looking forward to see what is going to happen in this particular situation. Zero Sync versus Desi Warriors, as you explained. Definitely both teams are eyeing their level best to get a upper hand. There's the boom bot. Ooh, lovely. Strauss
Oh, good
is
shot.
looking quite on point with his shots coming in from the ghost. Mosh pit, not so effective. Nobody's going to get burned with that mosh pit. Oh my god, what Strauss? He just walked left and he had no clue that there's a mosh pit that is about to go kaboom. And he got tagged in it. Baragi on the other corner will shut down Zephyr. Oh, there you go. Strauss retaliates. 3 to 4. Stage 1, as usual, looking quite close, but a frenzy in that long range step up scenario cannot be good enough with that automated type of approach. Oh my god, what was that? Shaw, Zypher, both of them all in vain. The one who benefited it all is going to be that raise coming in from the sides of Team AC Warriors.
Yeah. A Sage getting picked up in a TDM battle is something that you usually don't expect, and at this point of time, things can be a little bit interesting. Things can be a little bit uninteresting as well, to be frankly speaking, because at this point of time, you always expect what do you call? How do I put it? You always expect chamber, as we saw in the last game. You expect ISO, which is of course getting picked up on the side of Strauss, and he gets one though. Gonna be third one back to back with that sheriff. So some unusual picks are kind of like the fashion and the trend for today's Alienware Gaming Saturday, to be frankly speaking. But on the other end, I'm not really sure.
I would love to wait to see how this whole situation goes down because, yeah, but now we can definitely see the AC Warriors are the one who are leading. But I would like to wait for the stage 3 and the final stage to come because in the final stage, definitely things will change. But now, Strauss with that Iron Sheriff is trying to connect some dots. 7 to 12, 5 frags over difference. Not the ideal way to go out. But here's the stage 3. The Guardians, Bulldogs. Viragi gets a 3k with the Bulldog and has now switched to a Phantom as well. Oh, it's definitely gonna be tough, for sure. For the sides of Team Zero Sing to come back into the picture, but Zephyr is trying his level best to make that comeback possible. Even Strauss is helping him out. Maybe there is a comeback that is due as we still have around 7 minutes approximately to go in the action.
For the moment, clearly, folks, we are able to witness some of the best, I would say, TDM battle that we have seen for the day. Because Desi Warriors, on the other end, I would just lead on to this entire thing where I just like just 3 points at the moment. But from the side of Zero Singh is going to be one of their best gameplay that we have seen for a really long time. But double tap is on play. Why do they pick up on Gecko? Yes, he gets the reply initiated once more. Ragi goes down, fourth one coming on to the side. And now it is going to be Sage, who's actually being very helpful with the slow ops and with the walls that have been deployed. Mostly the slow ops that we have seen. Ragi coming in from the back, he can definitely chase down the side of Sage, who was kind of like doing the maneuver around against. Okay, that was funny a little bit. But Ivory gets the pick on Zypher, and that is going to be 17 to 12 as we proceed down to the final stage of the game.
There are quite a few instances where we can see teams are on the back foot and the retaliation is still coming through. Final stage is here. That means the Vandals, Operators, Odins, Phantoms, all those preferred weapons, all those high damaging weapons, I would say, are available right now. Oh, Hybrid. That was a good shot from his corner. Connected absolutely on point. Still, the struggle is on. One could say at this point that maybe Strauss and his teammate can make a comeback. That's a possibility. But for that to happen, both of them have to play in a well cohesive manner. On the other corner, if you see, the other team is not exposing themselves quite a bit. Vairagi playing slow. Strauss made our commitment and he had to pay the price. On the other corner, Oh my god, that was a ADS on hard peak coming in from the other side. It never really worked out for them.
The time now, the operator will. I was just waiting in for that. I was just waiting in for that. Just say something about the play, but that will be not very on point on how things were kind of like unfolded on between these two gunfights. But Frost will get the pick on Hybrid. But this is going to be still the Desi Warriors getting the entire thing lit up from their side with more than 7 points on their side. Ragi just a pick on Frost, makes down to 23 now. It is going to be the side of Gecko, who is vulnerable for the spot, but it's going to be a little bit of that peekaboo moment, and Hybrid gets a pick on Frost. 24 to 16 is going to be the play. At this point of time, there's going to be a lot of whips happening in from the side of Zero Sync, to be frankly speaking, where the AC Warriors, yes, they are also sometimes not making a big, huge mistakes where the opponent team can capitalize on. That is a huge difference. If there's a mistake being done from side of Zero Sync, there's a capitalization happening from side of DC Warrior. But if there's going to be a huge gap being left out in the open, I don't see Zero Sync making sure that they fill out the gap, stay liquid, and get those gunfights on their side. And that is going to be the major difference maker between these two teams, I feel, Raider.
It's tough. I completely agree with you. It's definitely tough at this point because the points that you pointed on is that they're not being that efficient with the play. It's definitely a bit difficult scenario for them. But I do believe that we have 180 seconds on the board. There is a possibility maybe if the Zero Sync is going to come back, or maybe this is yet another game where a particular team who started well will end down to go out of the competition. Maybe that's what the reality is at this point. Vairagi, code with the same. Sapphire brings in the Odin, but had no clue that the players were waiting right on the stairs for a moment, for a brief moment. And there you go, guys. 20 to 27. There's a splash from the Dizzy and the Mosh Pit as well. Strauss good with his aim. In a lot of instances, we have seen him aiming for the head and getting the job done, but the kill contract was not on point, and Hybrid just catches him off guard. Vairagi now has got an operator to work with, an op versus op. In order to answer back, there has to be brilliance of that team. Let's see if they can pull this off. Strauss goes down, but the Opper was still there roaming around in the battlefield, had to go down to the spawn. 21 to 30, 9 points of a gap, and now this gap is just getting bigger and bigger by the moment.
Yes, sir. And now it's going to be almost 10. You can say on average now. Okay, make that to 10, make that to 9. Now just 8-point difference. Now it's going to be one more added to the side of the AC Warriors. 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock. A lot of things can be very, very interesting if we are able to see Zero Sync getting those back-to-back shots on their side, back-to-back elimination numbers on their side. But I don't think so that is going to be the case, frankly speaking, at the moment. The AC Warriors are being so very on point with their entire play, so very on point on how things can be, justified to decide that, AC Warriors is going to win this entire thing, coming all the way from Jamshedpur. Narayan International Store located at Sakchi, Jamshedpur. And this point of time, we do see some of those needs getting utilized. I don't see the boom ball going in the same direction. But even though less, where I will get the pick on Strauss. Hybrid gets one more and making down to 35 to 24 now. Just 1 minute left on the clock. There's going to be not a huge difference, but a decent lead being on the side of DC Warriors.
Pretty much at this point, DC Warriors will be winning. 9 points of a difference and about 40 seconds left onto the board. I doubt something magical is going to happen, but Strauss wants to go berserk. He has got a 3k to work with. The undercut definitely is working out. The shields are activated. But there's the thrash. No clue where the opponent is. But the opponent could be detained even before that. Strauss was able to shut down Vairagi. Hybrid took the trade instantaneously, just in a flick of an eye. And there you go, guys. 20 more seconds to go with. The difference is just getting bigger and bigger. Hybrid manages to take down the guy who issued the kill contract. Zero Sync on the back for Desi Warriors, who will be getting the job done, as they will definitely win this particular action. I do believe that in the last few seconds, the job is pretty much done.
Now it's going to be a victory coming off from the side of Desi Warriors. 42 to 29, we can say. That was a decent difference, though. We did saw a 6
Yeah,
to 7 point difference in the stage 2, stage 3, but as soon as the final stage got kicked in and the end, it's the scoreline that all matters, right? So yeah, that is going to
yeah.
be the Desi Warriors victory coming up from their side. And, again, a very head to head game rate. That is something that you don't see at all here at Alienware Gaming Saturday.
I completely agree with you. These kind of plays are not that easy to build in, but now, guys, we'll take a short break, and after that, we'll be back with few more actions. Stay tuned. Well, hello there, and welcome back to the action of Alienware Gaming Saturday, presented by Alienware. And so far, we have seen, I think, 5 to 6 games. Every single game had a different storyline to talk about, but more or less, situations were like a particular team who has set the score was at the end getting chased by their opponent, and the tables were getting turned. What will happen up next? That's what we want to know. And remember, guys, the action right now that is in front of your screens is happening from Siliguri in the Delhi exclusive store in Cosmos Mall. Again, Siliguri, of course. So, guys, if you are close to it, if you are near to the venue, just go ahead and visit, and you can get a lot of insights from the content creator that are there for the meet and greet, and also get a chance to explore the Alienware M16R2 laptops.
For the moment now, Blood Reaper is facing the side of Warlock. Very interesting names, and it's also going to be the very first day of Alienware Gaming Saturday that we have not seen super interesting names. If you know what I mean, you know. Whiskey gets the pick on Casanova. Oh, there you have it. I was talking about some interesting names. So Whiskey gets picked up from the side of XO Ace for the win. Viper is going to get picked up. Okay. I was like in a shock that Viper, a very off meta agent at the point of this latest like patch, which has been introduced, I guess, 1 week back. Uh, of course, there is not a lot of that nerf and buffs being deployed on to this agent, but yes, on how some of the similar based agents in the similar category, similar workflow, similar playthrough have been interchanged, have been nerfed and buffed, kind of like has set. Viper's pick on a back foot, even if you look at the global VCT circuit as well. But we'll keep that discussion aside for a moment as Joymer gets the pick on Casanova. Rage comes into the mix as well. 12 to 8 now. I will proceed now to the stage 2.
Whiskey takes one down, but Ace was able to retaliate. Has got 2 consecutive frags. I think it's going to be a brilliant play from his corner. Viper definitely trying his level best to establish that dominance, and I completely agree with you. The fact that Snakebite is nerfed a bit at this point, and even the smokes coming in from Viper, the Viper wall, the toxic screen to be precise, all of that has been nerfed. Not just that, even the hit, the ultimate, it's also pretty much nerfed at this point. And I don't think so in this end of 2v2 situation that fit is going to help a lot. So yeah, I don't know how feasible the pick of a Viper is going to be there at the end in this 2v2 type of situation. Whiskey is fighting back, but Casanova from the other corner brings in the Ares and was able to take 2 of them down. Blood Reapers, they're trying to reap, they're trying to shut down. I would say they are successful at it, but still the 6-point difference can be chased at any moment. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Whiskey brings in the Bulldog, whiffs majorly, and then Jomoi was able to connect on Casanova. Ace, can he take 2 down? Nah, it will not happen. Jomoi goes in for the recovery orb as well and instantly switches to a Leer. Good usage of util, but not a lot of connections. At the end, the weapon goes on reload, but Jomoi still connects. Lovely.
Yeah. 23 to 17 now at the moment. We do have. Oh, ISO! Are you serious, ISO? You cannot mix like that, my man. You just cannot mix like that. Come on. That was a very, very bad whiff coming up from this side of, ISO. But anyways, at the moment right now, it is something that they need to take care of. It is something that they need to figure out on how they are going to get some of their future frags as well. Because at this point of time, if you are not able to understand how some of these frags are going to affect you, you are going to left out. Yeah, we're just going to get left out in somewhat what 27 to 19, which is the scoreline. Which Warlocks are now leading on to the back front, and ISOs from the side of Blood Reaper and Joymer as Reyna are struggling to get some of the basic picks as well.
Snakebite, showstopper, nothing valuable. Oh, Jomoi goes in for another one. Casanova has been taken down. There's a special as well. But still, I would say at this point, the difference, the gap is good enough. It's fair enough. Jomoi connects once again. Casanova fighting back. I think Ace is the one who is missing majorly in terms of the close cutthroat competition. And at the same point, if you talk about the other guy, the ISO, he's also on the back foot regarding his aim potential. Blood Reapers, they have a deficit of around 10 frags. It's high time at this moment. They definitely need to buckle up at this point, but those burst shots that are going in are looking absolute good. That's a great painting coming in from XO Ace. Not a lot of connections, but the showstopper
Oh,
combined with the bullets coming in from Casanova. Worthy ending remarks for Whiskey. There's a satchel. Pushes the player back. Good usage of U-turns, I would say. Casanova has a raise main definitely because of the way he was using the agent is pretty amazing. But at the same point, remember, they have to capitalize with their teammate. It's a 2v2 battle, not a 1v1 battle. Casanova is good in 1v1 battles, but there's always that trade that comes through. Jumoi, brilliant play, shuts down the Odin as well. Blood Reapers once again on the back foot.
Uh, Not looking very good at the moment, to be frankly speaking, man. At this first time, you should be very much aware of how the situations can, you know, kind of like go up against you. You know what I mean? And some of these situations where, especially when you are not able to understand the fact that you are not under a very much need of, you know, at least playing on that agent advantage. You know, getting all of those duelists, but at least you just kind of like make sure that you are also uh, able to get those gunfights and get those gunfights as soon as possible to your side. You know what I mean?
Mm. But at the end, how can they relay these situations on the table? That's what the major part is. Casanova's position is kind of made aware of. Takes the recovery out, misses majorly. Whiskey will be back to his strong form. Has got the 150 HP available, along with the shield, of course. Jumoy shuts down Exo Ace. Whiskey takes down Casanova. Back and forth. It feels like that Blood Reapers are already here. They have arrived. They are on the deficit of 4 points. They can come back, but it seems like that Exo Ace and the other guy, Casanova, do not love that approach coming in. Warlock, they are definitely on the lead, but how far they can go with that lead, that is the bigger question at this point. Casanova shuts down Whiskey. It's time for the Reina to outshine. Will not happen. 42 to 36. Once again, it seems like that Blood Reapers, they are on the back foot. Exo Ace for the win. Shuts down Whiskey and then Jamoy as well. 37 to 44. 7 points of a difference. Last 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, so somewhere around 150 seconds is what we are left onto the table. Looking forward to see how far Casanova will build the play, but these Odins are not that on par when it comes to spray transfer. That's a pretty easy task for the other guy to like retaliate with those Odins to work with.
Yeah. At the moment, it is going to be what it seems like a very head-to-head game. 41 for the side of Blood Reapers, and 45 for the side of Warlock. So we do see a couple of good kills happening in from the side of Joymer. That gets the pick on Exo Ace for the win. But Warlock also needs to understand it's not a lot of that huge difference in terms of the huge lead. It gets missed. A huge opportunity to at least take two with down that with same utility. That is going to be 45. One more for the side of Blood Reapers, and they can equalize. But before that, Exo gets one more. Now it's going to be 47 to 45. 1 minute 33 seconds left on the clock. This is a very, very head-to-head game, my friend.
Oh, definitely. It is pretty close, pretty cutthroat, no doubt in that. To be honest, the most cutthroat action we have seen so far today. That's for sure. 2 points, 3 points, 10 points. That's exactly where we are lurking at this point. Every now and then we get to see a retaliation, a trade coming in, but instantly there's a compromise happening from the other side as well. Look at that. Whiskey, even before going down, shuts down Exo Ace for the win, but there's instantly a trade coming through. 5 points of a difference still to go through. Odin gets answer back. Another Odin spray, another brilliant play. 53 to 46. I think Blood Reapers definitely will be on the back foot because there is not a lot of time left anymore. And adding on that insult to injury is definitely the play that Warlock is building. They're not giving any space to their opponent, that's for sure. Look at the way they are playing, maintaining their composure, maintaining their angles. They know that they are already leading, but they're still not going on the back foot because they are still good with the aim and the angles they have deployed. Lovely. Blood Reapers, they will not get promoted to the next stage. Oh my god, what was that, Reina? Chumoy misses majorly.
Yeah. Welcome to my world, and that's going to be one of the biggest ultimate that you can play at the moment, which can change the entire course of this matchup, to be frankly speaking. But we have to just wait for a while now. I have to just understand how this entire segment can play out. But for now, it is going to be 59 to 49, and Warlock will be the victory, the emerging as victorious team in this entire 5-5, sorry, 2v2 battle.
No. It was a great game. To be honest, both the sides were pretty amazing, but at the end, one had to win, another one had to go home, and that's exactly what happened. But guys, stay tuned because many more actions are going to be there on the broadcast. So yeah, we'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Alienware Gaming Saturdays. We are in Siliguri regarding the VALORANT interaction, and of course, we have seen some close-cut good games. The last one was also very tight-knit in terms of the competition that we had. But yeah, guys, it's me, Rado. We do have Bullet once again back on the desk, and we are now straight up jumping into the action so that we can see what happens in this particular match. Who's gonna win? How the domination will come through? What are the type of agents? All the questions will be answered right here.
Yeah, the Fumi gets the first pick on Rodar. No limits facing up the side of Soul Crusher, and I guess we have seen the first matchup from the side of Soul Crusher when we were at the Siliguri. I could be a little bit wrong about it, but anyways, it's not gonna matter. What matters is who's gonna win it up against each other. Talking about the side of Asian picks, we have Neon and ISO on one side, and on the other side we have Rage. The company of Jet. So all of the duelists are definitely gonna get logged in and making sure that they get the best of the frags from their side. Oh, Snack's gonna whip a lot. Finally lands a shot on the full. It's gonna be Rage gonna come up from here. He doesn't notice what? He doesn't notice that Neon is just right there. Okay. Rage gets picked up though. Possibly the second one. Yes, it is. Shadow gets one more. There's going to be 6-2 as we proceed down to the beginning of stage 2.
Bit of a surprise for that ISO. Full gets taken down. Now the other corner lead is there for no limits. They have got the Stingers. Stage 2 will be coming in no time. And of course, with the stage 2, loadouts will change. Sheriffs, Stingers, all of that, along with Ares. And these weapons obviously are good for the close range, but Sheriff is the only one I believe ideally out here which can help them a lot with the regards to having that upper edge advantage in the long range and mid range. But Shadow and his teammate, they're just rolling at this point. No limits, definitely looks like have got no limit as the way Shadow is playing with that 7 consecutive frags and he's being unstoppable, unparalleled and uncontested at this point. The rest remaining efforts are done by his teammate ISO as well. All the players have got the duelists, but then again, if you talk about the way No Limits is playing, is just uncanny. Look at that. Once again, shields are available. Stinger goes in. He goes berserk. 18-4. I was really expecting that this one is not going to be a one-sided affair, but after seeing what these two lads are doing, it definitely feels like a one-sided affair. And that too, when both the teams looks like they have clue, they have an idea of how the game works, of how the mechanics works. But still, somehow No Limits is actually on the upper edge advantage. 22-4. That's a massive difference already built.
It is going to be a couple of round updates here and there. Things can be a little bit changed, if you ask me honestly. But on how things are being very on point for the side of No Limits. For the side of Soul Crusher, I don't see the same amount of effort being laid out. Not even about the effort, it's also more about the fact that how things can be a little bit on point and overall chemistry between these two folks are also looking very dicey at the moment.
I think they are trying, but then again, they have no clue of how to answer back to what No Limits is bringing onto the table. Especially with the weapons they have got, with the angles that they were able to build. And it's not even like they are isolating you. They're just pushing onto your own base and shutting you down. Look at this 1v2 by
Yeah.
full. Lovely. And now there's the overdrive available. The players are not even coming out of spawn. Snacks gets one. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. That's how you have to play if you want to fight back. Snacks with the Guardian is trying to fight back. And after seeing that particular pick, maybe one can have an idea of whenever the Vandals and Phantoms are going to queue in the final stage. That is right here, right now. Maybe things will change. But for that to happen, both the lads have to perform. Snacks is performing. I've seen him getting 2 to 3 frags at this point every now and then whenever he comes out of the spawn. But there's a kill contract. Let's see if he can deliver 1v1. That will be the major test of how good he is. Oh, he was good because the first shot was right on the head. But then again, that shield advantage with the ISO is always one step ahead. Once again, Snacks goes down. 4 consecutive frags for ISO.
Yeah. Oh, Pool gets the pick on Snacks. Shadow gets the pick on Dark, and now it's going to be a 38-9. I think we kind of cursed it when we say that faster. I have said many times today that for the moment that we have seen very on point head-to-head games, very on point overall placement from all of the teams, and giving us very competitive matches. I guess this is that one matchup that's going to define that. Hey, it is Alienware Gaming Saturday, and it is not Alienware Gaming Saturday. It's not going to be a dominant run by that one team. So of course, no limits at the moment. It's going to get the. It's going to show us the very best performance that we have seen for the entirety of the broadcast. We do have Alone in the just trying to get out of the spawn base, get momentarily, gets out, gets picked. The fool gets both of them now. Back to the 5 picks getting taken. No limits are right now on 45, 40, 44 to 45 now. And I think we have the winner already, to be frankly speaking. What do you say?
I also believe that, man. At this point, yes, one can argue that there is around 240 seconds left onto the table, so maybe they're going to make a comeback. But trust me, the way these lads from Team No Limits are playing, I mean, the kind of pressure they are putting onto their opponent is just uncanny. Look at this. Oh, he wants to go for the knife. Misses majorly. Maybe he's not even going to get that knife frag, but finally he did. And that marks a half century in terms of the points for Team No Limits. Soul Crusher on the other corner will still be there at 14 points or something like that, but Snacks retaliated. Will gets taken down for a moment. I think he was confused of where the player is, but finally gets the idea. Now Snacks knows that Neon is lurking in number spawn. We gotta be very intact with the play. But what was that, Alone Dark? You're playing a duelist. You have to have that aim. Even if you're not playing the duelist, that close range action, the aim has to be there. A bit difficult at this point for Soul Crushers because it feels like that whatever they're trying to do is just not working out. Finally, Alone Dark was able to maintain the tempo, gets a connection onto his opponent. No limits, still on a very good lead.
Yeah. For the moment now, we do see No Limits still trying their best to increase the entire lead that they have, but on the other hand, Soul Crusher, we have seen a little bit of that change comparatively what we saw on the previous stages. At this point of time, the difference is huge. The lead is huge, and the No Limits can definitely be the emerging team to be victorious at this point in time. Team to emerge victorious. Who gets one? Those snacks get taken out. Only Track will be able to get one, but as soon as he gets out of the spawn base, his teammate will be get fragged up. Double tap and tape. Who knows that's going to be a corner lurker over there. Rage, even though he had the chance to swing by, he doesn't, and that was a huge bit from both sides. But momentarily, I think it's going to be just the lead getting increased up and amped up towards the side of No Limit.
The important thing is just maintaining their pressure. I think No Limits have already outperformed their opponent. It's just that they have to be consistent with their approach and they just have to maintain this pressure onto their opponent, kind of like always be on par with their aim and eventually the game as well. Snacks gets a collat, was aiming for Shadow, gets ISO as well. Now the situation looks a little bit closer as compared to what it was looking, I think, in the first two stages. Still, miles to cover. Around 34 points of a difference, now 35 points of a difference. It's a huge distance. No Limits definitely has got no clue of how far they have come at this point. It feels like that because they're just moving and pressurizing their opponent. They do not have any, should I say, worry at this point because they do know that they have a very massive lead already available. And the timer is super duper low, just 70 seconds or something like that is left on the table. Exactly 70 seconds right now at this marker. So, yeah, Soul Crushers, I think their hopes of moving forward in the stage 2 and dominating in the Siliguri circuit is going to be very, very difficult. I think from Siliguri, No Limits is that particular team who will for sure move forward. And the kind of play both these lads from the team are building, I won't be surprised if they are in the grand finale as well. I'm not talking about winning the entirety of the action, but I'm definitely talking about maybe qualifying to the grand finale where they will get some chunk of the prize pool from 25,000 rupees worth of Amazon vouchers, and Alone Dark once again gets slashed with the dagger, with the knife.
I don't know what's going on at the moment here. It's just going to be that fun segment that we are going to get for our hard retrieve. Though the fool gets the knife on Snacks, he gets the second one. And I feel this trolling going on between these two sides. They know for the fact that they cannot win in the last 15 seconds. And they also know the fact that they have already won. The Rage is going to get wasted. And 10 seconds left on the clock as you hear the Indian narrator as well. 75 to 33, possibly 76. Yeah, 76 to 33. between the side of No Limits and a huge victory coming out from the side of No Limits. Kind of like a one-side domination in the end. And I guess one-side domination is something that we were exactly missing for today's Alienware Gaming Saturday.
Yeah, there were quite a few matches where we had an idea maybe this is going to be a one-sided affair, but at the end it turned out to be a little bit close, tight-knit. This one definitely started in a one-sided affair type of situation and ended in a similar format with 41 points of a difference. Absolutely dominating from the sides of one particular team. But having said that, guys, we'll take a short break. We'll be back shortly after the next match gets ready. Stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back once again to the Alienware and Intel presents the Alienware Gaming Saturday is hosted by the Esports Club. It's me, Leader V2 Bullet, once again back on the desk. And yes, let me remind you folks, this one is going to be the last rodeo on the show, on the broadcast. Of course, all the results and all the details will be uploaded onto the Instagram handle of the Esports Club, which are our hosting partner, as I said. So make sure to check that out as well. But even before that, let's dive into this last action onto the broadcast. So
Yes,
jumping into
sir.
it straight away, we have Flame Chasers versus Crimson Alliance.
Yes, sir. Chasers. Oh, cashers. Oh, chasers. I don't know. I guess there's going to be a spelling mistake over there. But Crimson Alliance on the other end. I guess for the side of Crimson Alliance, we have seen this team. If I'm not wrong, we have definitely kind of like know about this team. This particular name does rings a bell into my ear. So I'm not really sure, but can be a coincidence as well. At this point of time, we do see a couple of good picks coming off from the side of Crimson Alliance and Flame Chasers on the other side. Uh, you know, just stuck at just one single, but just like first couple of seconds, first couple of minutes passing by. So I should not be the devil's advocate over here. But ooh, good pick coming from Side Maverick. Gets a really good shot on the side of Aimless. Join me on the other end, gets the pick on Maverick. It's going to be a good trade. But stage one going to the favor of Crimson Alliance at the moment.
Mhm. A lot of cutthroat moments, a lot of fights going on. 7-3-8-3 Crimson Alliance. Just making sure that they have their perimeters held up. Flame Chasers on the other corner will be trying their level best to retaliate, but I think we'll have to wait for the final stage. Similar thing happened in the match number 5, I believe, where we got to see a very close start, but at the end, when we got to see the scoreline of the final stage, that's exactly where a particular team was better than the other one with a margin that was huge. So I'm looking forward to see if that's the case once again. Oh my god, those slides, the dash away situations that Aditya is just building is a little bit difficult for the opponent to tackle with. 12 to 6, that's what the scoreline is, and still the players are moving forward to get some better upliftment. Aditya shuts down Zomoy, and we have seen Jamoy doing some wonderful stuff, so I'm looking forward to see if he can just maintain that kind of pressure onto his opponent every now and then. I think with Jamoy there was a guy known as Reaper.
Yep.
No, it is Aimless actually.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what will happen up next. Crimson Alliance. They're miles away at this point. 10 points of difference already delivered.
Oh,
Oh,
good
look
shot.
at that. Aimless fights back and made sure that the overcommitment was paid in full.
Yeah, the punishment will be given on to them from the side of Crimson Alliance, and at this point of time, it's going to be almost a double lead coming on to the favor of Crimson. But at this point of time, Maverick also gets a good shot of Joy Moy. Ooh, look at that, Aditya. Aha! Through the wall bang! It is going to be Aimless going down. 18 to 8 now. Now the difference is getting huge at the moment. And now we do see a couple of kills coming from South Joy Moy. On the other hand, Maverick is just going to play on the tactical ability to make sure that he is still alive and kicking in. Spot the side of Aimless, spot the side of Joy Moy. Both goes down, and now the lead is just getting more and more lenient on toward the side of Crimson Alliance. Oh, the overdrive kicks in. Aditya gets the first one. Joy Moy goes down. Aimless goes down. It's more of like we are just repeating words because at this point of time, both the guys who are Crimson Alliance are just keeping it like crazy.
Wait, what? Aditya? Overdrive
Okay,
and such a miss like
that
that.
was a big
I
miss.
was not at all expecting that. I was not at all expecting that, man, to be honest. Overdrive is one of those ultimates which is very, very powerful even after the fact that it is nerfed at this point. But then again, that was, I think, aim diff, not the ultimate diff at that point. Because there was a good
Okay.
opportunity to get the Reina down. Maverick, what will he do? Aditya retaliates by taking down Jamoy. He said, I will pay the price in the previous fight, but this time the opponent had to. Anyway, Aditya goes down. Aimless retaliates. He takes the trade for his own team. There's the Phoenix Flash known as Curveball. But I think a Phoenix Flash or maybe a KO Flash is very, very susceptible to Team Flash. It can happen. It has happened a lot of times in ranked matches as well, or in the casuals. Even in the situations like this in the 2v2 scenario, we have seen teams faltering down to that. That's why the Phoenix has to be very, very calculative with the one when he is actually using his flashes and how he is using them.
Yeah. 5 minutes left on the clock. You do see Crimson Alliance on a very big lead though. Not a huge one, but a big lead for sure. And this is something that they need to make sure that they are also being that team to make sure that they try their level best and also like able to put some good kills from their side as well. Because at this point of time, this is more of like a one-sided affair. What do you think about that, Raider?
I think still I would not like to call this one one-sided because there's a gap of 8 points. Yes, of course, one team is doing better at this point, but then again, you can never neglect the fact that still around 250 seconds is left onto the table. Maybe things will change. Maybe we get to see a retaliation. Although Maverick wants to deny all of that fact, I think Aimless is that particular guy from the sides of Flame Chasers who is definitely doing well at this point. The other one is on the back foot, Jamoy. I'm talking about him. He has to like step up, otherwise, definitely Crimson Alliance will be the winner. There's the hot hand, misses majorly on that op shot. Aimless manages to give out a lot of damage, but Maverick on the other corner with the Ares, with the Odin, sorry, not giving even a single opportunity to his opponent to stand tall. Of course, this weapon is very, very chaotic, but then again, Aimless had some aim, to be honest, contrary to his name. He was able to go for the headshot, and once again, he goes in for the same stuff, and there you go. That's exactly why I said I cannot call this one one-sided because of the fact that both the sides are showing their own promising stances every now and then.
For now, at the moment, we do have the South Crimson Lions able to put up a good lead. Yeah, like you told, it's not really going to be a huge lead though, but a good, I would say, a chase down also coming in from South Flame Crushers as well. Because it's going to be a bit like dust and must happening around at this point of time. Aimless is going to get one though. We do have Crimson Lions players, like especially Maverick, playing very cautiously. Looking at the corners. Just going to be right at the top. Aimless gets the pick on Maverick. It's going to be just 10-point difference between these two teams, which can be equalized from the side of Flame Chasers if they are able to reignite the fire at the same pace.
I agree, it's difficult, but then again, it's not impossible at this point. And every now and then, I believe Team Flame Chasers are trying to dictate that terms only. A lot of shots, good connections. Aditya retaliates. Maverick shuts down Aimless as well. 11 points of a difference. Last 2 minutes left onto the table. Jamoy takes down Aditya. 10 points of a difference. Curveball good enough to flash his opponent. 31 to 40. Once again, 9 points of a difference, but still miles to go in order to win. Uh-oh, that was a big miss. And a good hit coming in from both the sides of these lads from Flame Chasers. Do not make such mistakes, otherwise maybe Flame Chasers will be able to win and move on to the next particular stage. This one is definitely tight knit. A lot of miss, and Jamoy goes in for 4 consecutive frags. Neon gets caught off guard, but still intact enough to fight back with. Jamoy takes 5 consecutive frags. Maverick will take down Aimless. 36 to 41, 5 points of a difference. Now it's a 4 points. The competition is getting closer and tighter at every single instance. But Aditya and Maverick combined different from their corner delivers, and now they have a 6 frag difference.
Good chase down coming in from the side of Flames. They're able to reignite the entire play. They need just 4 more, but 1 more getting added onto the side of Flames and gets a double. Now it's going to be 45 to 39. 1 minute left on the clock, to be frankly speaking. And now, as you can see, as I have to say, frankly speaking, to just make things a little bit spiced up at the moment. More drama rises from the side of Flame if they're able to get 2 or a couple of more. Flash right on point is going to get blinded for a second, but as soon as he could, the Odin gets the first one, Maverick takes 1, and now it's going to be the trade. Aimless gets a double. A good game sense right there to just be on point with the presence of mind. Aimless gets the third, gets the 5th one, a 4th one, 43 to 46. 3 more to equalize the entire thing.
Yeah, 3 more. Just 3 more frags is what they need. Can they get it? It's highly difficult at this point, but he still delivers. Aditya! I think Jamoy had to perform at that point. Jamoy had that angle. He was able to surprise his opponent, but at the end, he failed to do anything mesmerizing. There's the ultimate. Run it back, and the lad will go down. What are you doing, Jamoy? You had a very brilliant chance to avenge your teammate, or maybe just even give him a bad backup. Never really happening. Last few seconds, and I think this one again will turn out to be a very close cutthroat competition. As the fight is over, we have a difference of around 5
Good
points.
one, really good one.
Yep.
Really good one. I mean, to the side of Flame Chasers, you gotta give it to them. A really good try in the end. to, from like a 12, 13 point difference, just making
Hmm.
sure that's going to be the addition of 5 points to the side of the winning team. But for the side of Flame Chasers, it's going to be the end of the tournament run. They have to wait for the probably next Saturday or for that opportunity where Alienware and Intel will come back to the
Yeah.
city to host the next Alienware Gaming Saturday.
All said and done, over a day, to be honest, we visited four different cities. We got to see four different type of actions coming through, and at the end, definitely the one who was able to cash in a lot was, I believe, the close cutthroat games that we got to see. I think in those moments we got to see a lot of brilliance coming in from both the sides. There were four different players coming through, four different type of play styles coming through, but everybody was trying their level best to like build a good play and at the end deliver. That's what really matters.
I would say a really good play, man. To the side of the winning team as well, they tried their level best, and it was more of like that they were very on point with their entire gun game since the beginning of the match. But for the side of again the winning team, the side of Crimson Alliance, I mean, I guess I'm not. It can't be a coincidence that the name is same, but I feel like we have seen this team in the previous edition of Alienware Gaming Saturdays as well. So yeah, but folks, I guess that was the last matchup right here on this broadcast of Alienware Gaming Saturday, presented by Alienware Internet and of course hosted by the Esports Club. I mean, great, it was a long day, dude. We started off from
Yeah.
Nagpur, then we went to Dehradun, then we went to Jamshedpur, then we had Siliguri. I mean, this was one of the most chaotic day that we have seen here at the LMA Gaming Saturday. I mean, again, producer, our sponsor, even and of course, our hosting partner, the Esports Club. A big round of applause goes to all of the admin team, all of the production folks who are right there present at the Delivery stores, making sure everything goes very smoothly for the players, for us as casters, and the production folks as well. So huge shout out to them. But for now, folks, this was me, Bullet, the Crazy Gamer, and alongside with me was my friend Red on the casting desk. We'll see you on the next one. Until then, happy gaming.